close your eyes and let the world around you melt away, replaced by the soft whispers of an ancient tale. Tonight, we journey to a realm where the sea glistens like liquid gold beneath the sun, and the sky stretches infinitely, holding the dreams of those brave enough to reach for it. This is a story of ambition and wonder, of a father and son bound not just by blood, but by a shared longing for freedom. We delve into the timeless myth of Icarus, a tale woven into the fabric of Greek mythology, carrying with it lessons as eternal as the stars above. So, nestle into the comfort of your space, feel the gentle pull of relaxation, and let the tranquil embrace of this story guide you into a serene state of being. As we unravel this fateful journey, allow the rhythm of the words to soothe your mind, bridging the distance between wakefulness and dreams. Together, we will uncover the beauty, the tragedy, and the wisdom hidden in the flight beyond the sun. Now turning to the island of Crete, imagine a place where nature and mythology intertwine to create a paradise unlike any other. This mythical island, nestled in the embrace of the Mediterranean Sea, is drenched in the golden hues of sunlight, its landscapes a tapestry of serene beauty. Rolling hills are adorned with olive groves that stretch as far as the eye can see, their silvery leaves glinting softly under the caress of the warm, gentle breeze. The air carries the faint aroma of wild thyme and citrus blossoms, mingling with the salty tang of the sea. Along its shores, the waters shimmer like molten sapphire, catching the brilliance of the sun and reflecting it back into a sky so vast and endless that it seems to cradle the earth itself. The rhythmic sound of waves meeting the pebbled beaches creates a soothing melody, a timeless rhythm that whispers of ages past. Crete, beloved by the gods, holds a special place in the tapestry of Greek mythology. It is said to be the birthplace of Zeus, the king of the gods, whose legends echo through its ancient landscapes. The island is also home to the great palace of Knossos, a majestic symbol of the advanced Minoan civilization, renowned for its artistry and innovation. This was a realm where myths took root, where stories of gods and mortals blurred into one harmonious narrative. As we walk along the sunlit paths of Crete in our minds, imagine its timeless charm, a land steeped in history and wonder, setting the stage for the tale that is about to unfold. Here, amidst the beauty and mystery of this fabled island, begins the story of a craftsman and his son, whose dreams would carry them beyond the confines of reason and into the boundless expanse of the sky. As the next chapter unfolds, we meet King Minos, the powerful and enigmatic ruler of Crete. His presence is commanding, his figure steeped in authority and legend. At the heart of his dominion lies the Grand Palace of Knossos, a masterpiece of ancient craftsmanship that mirrors the sophistication and ambition of his reign. The palace is a sprawling marvel, its walls adorned with intricate frescoes depicting scenes of nature, courtly life, and mythical tales. Rooms and courtyards are interconnected in a way that feels almost alive, a maze of corridors and chambers hinting at the ingenuity of its creators. Yet within this architectural wonder, a darker creation resides, the labyrinth. Commissioned by Minos himself, the labyrinth was designed to confine a creature born of both human and beastly origins, the Minotaur. This complex and intricate network of winding passages and dead ends was a marvel of human invention and a symbol of entrapment, its purpose both practical and profound. Its construction reflected Minos' desire for control, his determination to keep secrets hidden and to wield power over even the unnatural forces that fate had placed in his path. But the labyrinth was more than just a prison for the Minotaur. It was a testament to the duality of human creativity, capable of producing both beauty and confinement. Its existence spoke to the delicate balance between innovation and morality, a theme that would soon find its echo in the actions of a certain craftsman and his son. And so, as the story begins to take shape, the labyrinth casts its shadow over what is to come, a silent reminder of the intricate paths we create and the consequences they may hold. Now turning to Daedalus, the brilliant craftsman whose mind was as intricate as the creations he brought to life, we step into a world of boundless ingenuity. His workshop was a symphony of tools and materials, where piles of feathers, coils of thin metal, and jars of wax sat alongside sketches of extraordinary designs. This was no ordinary space, it was a sanctuary of creativity where sheer imagination took physical form. Daedalus was not merely a maker of objects, he was a visionary, a symbol of human ambition striving to transcend limitations. From mechanical wonders to his innovative labyrinth design, his creations spoke to his unmatched mastery, yet his inventiveness became both his gift and his burden. While his genius earned him admiration, it also entangled him with King Minos, whose demands grew increasingly complex and morally fraught. Daedalus' pride in his work was immense, but woven into that pride was an undercurrent of unease, a quiet awareness that his talents were being wielded to serve a power he could neither fully control nor entirely trust. As the tools in his hands shaped one wonder after another, so too did they shape his destiny, setting the stage for a tale of both triumph and tragedy. And so, with the shadow of his entanglement looming ever larger, the story advances, drawing us closer to the delicate bond between father and son and the soaring ambitions that would soon take flight. Now turning to the relationship between Daedalus and his son Icarus, we find a bond forged not only by blood, but by shared moments of learning, laughter, and quiet understanding. In the tranquil glow of their workshop, Daedalus would often guide Icarus' young hands, teaching him the delicate art of craftsmanship. He would show him how to shape wood with precision, weave feathers into patterns, and balance structures so they would not just hold but endure. These lessons were more than practical skills. They were an expression of love and a way for Daedalus to impart a part of himself to his son. And in those moments when the tools were set aside, Daedalus would tell tales of gods, heroes, and the stars above. Icarus would sit wide-eyed as his father's words painted vivid pictures of wonder and wisdom. These stories were not just entertainment, they were lessons wrapped in myth, teaching Icarus about courage, humility, and the fine line between ambition and caution. Through these shared experiences, their bond grew ever stronger, each hour spent together weaving an invisible thread of connection that neither hardship nor time could sever. But underpinning their closeness was a bittersweet awareness. Daedalus carried within him the weight of unspoken fears, a knowledge of life's fragility that he could never quite share. And so, as their journey together unfolded, their mutual love and trust created a sanctuary amid the challenges they faced, a sanctuary soon to be tested by the soaring ambitions that awaited them. As the next challenge unfolds, we step into the moment where Daedalus, celebrated as a master craftsman, is summoned by King Minos to create what would become one of his most remarkable works, the Labyrinth. With a mind that saw possibilities where others saw only limits, Daedalus conceived a structure that was as much art as it was architecture. The labyrinth was designed to be a maze of intricate passages, twisting corridors, and hidden chambers. It was a place where every turn seemed to defy logic, creating a puzzle so elaborate that those who entered often found no way out. To bring this vision to life, Daedalus worked tirelessly, combining intellect, creativity, and determination. He studied the land, shaping the labyrinth to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, ensuring its design would confuse even the keenest mind. Every stone was laid with precision, every curve and angle calculated to perfection. It was a masterpiece of human ingenuity, a reflection of Daedalus' unparalleled skill and ambition. But this creation was not merely an intellectual exercise, it was commissioned with a darker purpose. The labyrinth was built to imprison the Minotaur, a creature born of divine punishment, whose existence was both a secret and a curse upon King Minos' household. As Daedalus worked, he could not ignore the weight of its intended use, a structure built not for freedom, but for entrapment. When the labyrinth was completed, it stood as a marvel of design, a testament to Daedalus' genius. Yet it also cast a long shadow over his life, for this gift to the king was not without consequence. While it brought him great honor and recognition, it also tethered him to the king's service, binding his fate to a ruler who would come to see his talents as both a resource and a threat. And so, the labyrinth, born of brilliance, would become both a symbol of human achievement and a harbinger of the trials that lay ahead for its creator. As the next chapter of this story unfolds, we find Daedalus, once celebrated as a treasured asset of King Minos, facing an unexpected turn of fate. Despite his unparalleled contributions, including the creation of the magnificent labyrinth, a moment of conflict would soon redefine his relationship with the king. The betrayal stemmed from Daedalus' decision to assist Princess Ariadne, King Minos' own daughter, in her quest to help Theseus, the Athenian prince, defeat the Minotaur. Using his ingenuity, Daedalus provided Ariadne with a clever tool, a simple ball of thread that would allow Theseus to navigate the labyrinth's deceptive pathways and find his way back. This act of defiance, driven by compassion perhaps, or a yearning for justice, did not go unnoticed. When Theseus emerged victorious and escaped with Ariadne, King Minos was consumed with fury upon discovering Daedalus' involvement. To the king, this was not merely an act of disobedience, it was a betrayal of trust, an unforgivable offense that demanded punishment. Daedalus, along with his young son Icarus, was swiftly imprisoned in a towering structure, isolated from the world they once knew. This tower, stark and unyielding, became their new reality, a place where sunlight filtered through narrow windows, and the sound of the sea served as their only connection to freedom. For the man who had once been free to create, to imagine, and to bring wonders to life, these cold stone walls were a harsh reminder of his fall from grace. And so, Daedalus, who had once been the architect of brilliance, now found himself trapped within a confine not of his own making. The weight of betrayal hung heavy in the air as father and son faced the uncertain days ahead, bound not by chains but by the walls that held them captive. Still, even in the face of despair, a flicker of resilience remained. With each passing day, Daedalus' mind, restless and unbroken, began to search for a way to defy his fate once more. Now turning to the grim reality of their imprisonment, the tower, a solitary and imposing structure, loomed over the restless waves of the Mediterranean. Its cold stone walls, unyielding and bare, seemed to absorb any warmth that the sun might offer, leaving the space shrouded in a chilling stillness. Within this towering confine, a single small window served as their only glimpse of the outside world. Through it, they could see the endless expanse of the sea, its surface shimmering with hues of blue and gold under the sunlight, teasing them with the freedom that lay just beyond their reach. The salty breeze that occasionally slipped through carried with it the taste of liberation, a stark contrast to the lifeless air within their prison. For Daedalus and Icarus, isolation hung heavy in the air, a silence broken only by the distant cries of seabirds and the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore below. Despite the unyielding nature of their circumstances, Daedalus' mind, a furnace of invention and boundless creativity, refused to succumb to despair. With each passing day, as the light shifted across the stone floor and night returned with its quiet grip, Daedalus would sit, lost in thought, his gaze often fixed on the window. He observed the flight of birds that soared effortlessly above the sea, their wings a testament to the freedom he yearned to reclaim. This simple act of watching, of studying their movements, planted the seeds of possibility in his mind. Trapped as they were, Daedalus began to see the threads of an idea forming, a way to turn their captivity into a challenge he could overcome. If he could harness the essence of the bird's flight, perhaps he and his son could escape the tower's hold. And so, amidst the stillness of stone walls and the whispers of the sea, an unspoken determination began to take root, setting the stage for a plan that would defy the very forces keeping them captive. As the next challenge unfolds, Daedalus' focus turned ever more sharply to the window, that small portal to the boundless world beyond. Each day, his eyes followed the birds that danced across the sky, their wings cutting gracefully through the air, their bodies carried effortlessly by unseen currents. Their freedom was mesmerizing, a stark contrast to the cold stone enclosing him and his son. He observed every detail, the rhythm of their flapping wings, the way they tilted to catch the wind, and the effortless glide that followed. The birds became more than just a symbol of liberation. They were a source of inspiration, a living blueprint for a daring possibility that began to take shape in his mind. With each passing moment, as they soared out of sight and returned anew, the flicker of determination within him grew brighter. Daedalus' gaze held not just longing, but unmistakable resolve, a quiet certainty that their salvation lay in the idea of flight. Just as nature had given these creatures the ability to rise above their limitations, he thought, why could human ingenuity not find a way to do the same? The concept was audacious, almost unimaginable, and yet the possibilities it held filled him with hope. The thought of soaring alongside those birds, of feeling the winds that embraced them, brought a rare light to his weary eyes. Here was a chance, a glimmer of freedom amidst despair. The simplicity of the bird's movements masked a profound complexity, but Daedalus, in his brilliance, began to see the way forward. The seeds of his plan were now firmly planted, and the stillness of the tower seemed to hum with the quiet promise of what was to come. Their escape, once a distant dream, was now a goal on the horizon, waiting to take flight. With the next phase of the journey in sight, Daedalus began his work with a quiet yet unshakable purpose. His mind, sharp and resourceful, turned the vision of the soaring birds into a plan so daring it bordered on the impossible. First, he and Icarus gathered feathers, plucked from the floor of their tower after being carried in by the breeze or left behind by the very birds that had inspired them. Each feather was selected with care as Daedalus inspected their size, strength, and texture, ensuring they would hold firm under the strain of flight. Some were large and sturdy, forming the framework, while others, delicate and downy, would fill in the gaps to mimic the lightness of wings. The process was slow and methodical, yet its rhythm brought an odd sense of calm to their otherwise restless confinement. Daedalus then turned his attention to wax, the binding element that would bring his creation to life. Using the small resources available to them, he melted the wax slowly, carefully molding it as he worked. The scent filled the cramped tower, a faint but comforting reminder of progress. With a steady hand, he began joining the feathers together, layering them one by one in precise alignment, much like the natural arrangement on a bird's wing. His fingers, calloused from years of craftsmanship, moved with practiced skill, placing each feather with purpose. Every attachment, every angle was measured with the utmost care, for even the smallest miscalculation could mean failure. As the days stretched on, the wings began to take shape. They were a remarkable blend of natural inspiration and human ingenuity, their structure both functional and beautiful. Daedalus' determination was unwavering, and even Icarus, with his youthful impatience, found himself mesmerized by his father's dedication. Together, they worked in quiet harmony, one driven by the wisdom of experience, the other by the boundless energy of youth. To Daedalus, these wings were more than a tool for escape. They were a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a symbol of perseverance in the face of adversity. Each stroke of wax, each feather placed, represented not only their yearning for freedom, but also the boundless possibilities of human innovation. As the wings stood finished before them, glistening faintly in the muted light of the tower, they carried with them the weight of hope and the promise of freedom. Now, as they prepared for the ultimate test, the air in the tower seemed to vibrate with anticipation, signaling the daring leap that awaited them. With the next phase of the journey upon them, the moment had arrived to put their creation to the ultimate test. Daedalus and Icarus stood at the edge of the tower, the expanse of the sky before them and the vast sea below, their wings fastened securely to their arms. The early morning air carried the salt of the sea and the promise of freedom, yet it also whispered the risks of their endeavor. Daedalus, steady and composed, took a final glance at his son, offering a nod of encouragement. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, leaping into the open air. For a brief instant, the world seemed to hold its breath. The wings stretched out, catching the currents of the wind, and with a few powerful sweeps, Daedalus was aloft. The air rushed past him, cool and invigorating, as he glided effortlessly above the waves. Below, the sea sparkled like liquid silver, reflecting the dazzling light of the sun. Icarus watched in awe, his father's figure soaring higher, the wings moving in a rhythm that seemed almost natural, as if Daedalus had been born to fly. Unable to contain his excitement, Icarus followed, launching himself into the sky with newfound courage. The rush of wind greeted him instantly, tugging at his hair and filling his senses with the boundless energy of flight. His wings responded to every movement, lifting him higher and higher, as if they too were alive. The exhilaration was unlike anything he had ever known. For the first time, the confines of the tower and the weight of captivity felt like a distant memory, replaced entirely by the vast freedom of the open sky. Together they soared, their silhouettes dancing across the endless blue canvas overhead. the sun climbed higher, bathing them in golden light as they maneuvered through the air, dipping and rising with grace. The ocean stretched out endlessly below, its rolling waves a mesmerizing tapestry of blues and greens. The islands of the Aegean dotted the horizon, their rocky shores softened by the view from above. To Daedalus, the flight was a triumph of intellect and perseverance, proof that even in the darkest circumstances, human ingenuity could prevail. To Icarus, it was pure joy, a moment of unrestrained freedom that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. Every beat of their wings was a testament to their courage, every glide a silent celebration of their escape. As they soared higher, the wind carried with it a mix of emotions: relief, wonder, and the faintest trace of apprehension. For now, however, neither Daedalus nor Icarus dwelled on the uncertainty of what lay ahead. In this fleeting moment, they were no longer prisoners of a tower, but masters of the sky, soaring beyond the boundaries of fear and into the limitless expanse of possibility. As the sun rises on the next chapter, the boundless joy of flight takes hold of Icarus like a melody he cannot resist. He laughs freely, his voice echoing through the open skies as he dives and loops with an effortless grace that feels instinctual. Each movement brings a surge of exhilaration, the kind he had only dreamed of in the stillness of their confinement. The cool wind brushes against his face, and with every beat of his wings, he feels more alive, more invincible. The endless sky stretches before him, vast and welcoming, beckoning him to explore its mysteries. Unburdened by caution, Icarus lets his youthful exuberance guide him. He climbs higher, chasing the warmth of the sun and the thrill of testing the limits of this newfound freedom. His laughter grows louder as he dares to push himself further, spinning in daring spirals and plunging into daring dives. The sheer joy of flight consumes him, eclipsing all thoughts of restraint. The sea below becomes a distant blur, its gentle waves now mere whispers compared to the roaring thrill of the wind around him. The higher he climbs, the closer the glowing orb of the sun seems, its golden light igniting a fiery determination within him. The warmth on his skin is intoxicating, an invitation to rise further still, to revel in the boundless possibilities of the sky. In his mind, he is not just a boy with wings, but a conqueror of the heavens, defying all limits and soaring toward greatness. For a moment, it feels as if the entire world has disappeared, leaving only Icarus and the endless expanse above, a canvas on which he paints his daring dreams. But amid the joy, the sky whispers its own caution, the gentle breeze shifting ever so slightly, as if to remind him of the delicate balance he now treads. Yet Icarus, lost in the euphoria of the moment, pays no heed. Each rush of wind, each golden ray of sunlight seems to call out to him, urging him onward, upward, higher than ever before. It is a temptation too great to resist, a siren song of ambition that promises the extraordinary, even as it foreshadows the peril to come. now turning to Daedalus, who watches his son with both pride and unease. The joy of flight is tempered by a father's deep sense of responsibility. Calling out through the wind, his voice carries a mix of urgency and warmth, a reminder born from love and hard-earned wisdom. He warns Icarus of the delicate balance they must maintain, urging him not to fly too high where the sun's heat will melt the wax binding their wings, nor too low where the sea's damp embrace will weigh them down. His words, steady yet tender, are an anchor in the boundless sky they navigate, a plea for caution amidst the limitless freedom. Daedalus speaks of restraint, explaining that their survival depends not on how far or how fast they fly, but on their ability to stay within the delicate middle ground. He paints the importance of balance as timeless wisdom, a lesson not just for their flight but for life itself. He reminds Icarus that ambition, when untethered by caution, can lead to ruin, and that wisdom lies in knowing one's limits. His tone is filled with care, emphasizing that the freedom they now experience is a gift, not a license to abandon caution. But even as Daedalus speaks, the distance between them grows. Icarus, carried away by the exhilaration of the skies and the lure of the golden sun, hears his father's warnings only faintly, as if muffled by the winds of his own ambitions. Daedalus watches, his heart heavy with worry, as the vastness of the sky becomes both their triumph and their test. The father's voice, though spoken with love and clarity, struggles to compete with the siren call of the sun, the very force that now seems to hold Icarus' gaze. Through the next phase of their journey in sight, Daedalus' warnings linger in the air like an echo, a poignant reminder of the fragile line between aspiration and overreach. For a fleeting moment, the balance he seeks to teach hangs in the balance itself, as the story tilts toward the unfolding of its fate. As the sun rises on the next chapter, its golden light seems to take on a life of its own, casting a spell that draws Icarus ever closer. The warmth of its glow is no longer just a sensation, it becomes a beacon, a call that stirs something deep within him. The sun, high and majestic, appears almost within reach, its radiance promising a greatness that feels boundless. In the expanse of the sky, Icarus feels invincible, as though he belongs not to the earth below but to the heavens above, where limits cease to exist. The world stretches out infinitely around him, the sea shimmering like a mirror far beneath his soaring wings, and the sun's brilliance wraps around him like a cloak of glory. To Icarus, the sun is no longer distant or unapproachable. It is a challenge, a dream, and an invitation all at once, daring him to climb higher and closer, as if the light itself whispers promises of something extraordinary waiting just beyond his reach. His heart races with a heady mix of wonder and ambition, the sheer thrill of possibility drowning out the cautious words of his father. The golden orb becomes, in his mind, a symbol of triumph, an emblem of everything he could achieve if only he could grasp it. The sun calls to him not with words, but with its dazzling glow, urging him forward, upward, higher. In his youthful joy, the risks seem small, the warnings distant, and the reward towering above all else. In this moment, Icarus feels as though he is more than human. The wind rushing past him, the wings carrying him ever upward, everything aligns to create an illusion of limitless power. He is no longer just a boy following in his father's shadow. He is a dreamer reaching for the untouchable, a figure rising toward the divine. The allure of the sun is irresistible, its beauty captivating, its brilliance intoxicating. It shines like the ultimate goal, the one thing that could make his flight truly unforgettable, and its pull is impossible to ignore. For Icarus, the sun is not merely a star, it is destiny, glowing brighter with every beat of his wings. Moving forward, the pull of ambition grows stronger, and the fragile balance his father speaks of begins to waver like a thread stretched too tight. The story now leans into the breathtaking and perilous journey toward its fateful climax, as the call of the sun becomes impossible to resist. With the next phase of the journey in sight, Icarus climbs higher, each beat of his wings a heartbeat of triumph that echoes through the vast sky. His thoughts are as weightless as the air around him, lifted by the sheer exhilaration of his ascent. In his mind, he is no longer just a boy with wings of wax and feathers. He is a force of nature, unbound by the constraints of earth, unshaken by the limits his father spoke of. The sky feels endless, an open page inviting him to write his own story of greatness. As he rises, the warmth of the sun deepens, but to Icarus, it is not a warning. It is a promise, a sign that he is nearing something extraordinary. The higher he soars, the farther he feels from caution, and the closer he imagines himself to glory. In the quiet rush of the wind, his thoughts swirl with dreams of what lies ahead. He envisions himself not as a cautionary tale, but as a legend, a name whispered in awe for daring to touch the untouchable. The sun, so majestic and all-encompassing, reflects the ambition burning in his chest. It is not merely light, it is the embodiment of everything he hopes to achieve, a symbol of the heights to which he believes he belongs. Each upward stroke of his wings feels like a declaration to the world below and to himself that nothing is beyond his reach if he dares to dream boldly enough. Yet beneath his joy is an innocence, an unknowingness that blurs the line between courage and recklessness. He does not see the delicate balance being tested with every upward motion. In his youthful naivety, he believes the world will bend to his will, that the sky will hold him as long as his dreams soar higher than his fears. The warnings of his father dissolve into whispers carried away by the wind, far less significant than the dazzling truth of the moment. The sun is near, and he is soaring toward it. With every passing second, the brilliance of his ascent grows. The ocean below becomes a speck, the earth a distant memory, and the sun an ever-present force pulling him closer. Icarus sees himself reflected in its golden glow, bold, radiant, and unstoppable. He is a figure of ambition, rising not just above the waves, but above the boundaries set before him. It is in this ascent that the beauty of human aspiration shines brightest, a yearning to transcend, to reach, to achieve. But as ambition propels him forward, the fragile line between aspiration and hubris begins to vanish, blurred by the same light that beckons him higher. Without realizing it, Icarus is no longer flying toward freedom. He is flying toward the edge of his own limits, where the risks are as vast as the sky itself. And so the journey rises toward its peak, where the brilliance of his dreams and the peril of his choices converge in the unforgiving light of the sun. As the sun reaches its zenith, its warmth shifts from a gentle caress to an unforgiving blaze. Icarus, so consumed by the thrill of his ascent, begins to notice a faint, unfamiliar sensation in the air around him, a slight shift, subtle but undeniable. The steady beat of his wings feels different now, less sure, as if the air itself is resisting his flight. The golden light that once seemed so inviting grows sharper, almost oppressive, and the heat, which once invigorated him, now begins to press against him with an intensity that cannot be ignored. The wax binding his wings, so carefully crafted by his father, starts to respond to the relentless heat. At first, it is barely perceptible, a softening here, a droplet there. But soon the process accelerates. The scent of melting wax mingles with the salty tang of the sea air, and he glances at his wings with a sense of unease. What he sees causes his chest to tighten. The feathers, once firmly in place, are beginning to loosen, trembling with each stroke of his wings. A bead of molten wax slips past his fingers, and for the first time, the thought of falling crosses his mind. Suspense fills the air as Icarus fights to maintain his altitude, the weightless joy of moments ago now giving way to a growing panic. The feathers that had carried him skyward now drift away one by one, fluttering like lost dreams against the vast blue. He beats his wings harder, desperately trying to regain the rhythm that once felt so natural, so unstoppable. But the harder he tries, the more his wings betray him, disintegrating in the face of the sun's merciless heat. The silence of the sky is broken only by the crackle of melting wax and the faint whistle of wind rushing past his ears. Suspended between the heavens and the earth, Icarus begins to realize the gravity of his situation. His vision blurs not from tears, but from the sheer brightness of the sun and the panic surging through him. His thoughts, once filled with glory and ambition, now race with fear and regret. The unyielding warmth of the sun is no longer a beacon of hope, but a reminder of his overreach, a force that strips away the very wings that symbolized his freedom. Helpless, he feels the weight of the earth pulling him back, the inevitability of his fall now undeniable. The feathers scatter like fragments of a shattered dream, carried away by the wind that once supported his flight. Suspense lingers in every moment as the vast ocean below begins to rise to meet him. its shimmering surface no longer a distant speck but an all too real endpoint. The brilliance of his dreams and the recklessness of his choices collide in this singular, heart-stopping moment as Icarus descends toward the fate that awaits him below. And so, the sun watches silently, a witness to the fragile balance between human ambition and the limits it dares to challenge. With the next phase of the journey in sight, the inevitable unfolds as Icarus begins his descent from the heavens. The rush of wind that once sang a song of freedom now roars in his ears, drowning out the world around him. His arms flail as the remaining fragments of his wings fail him, the once sturdy creations of his father's hands now reduced to scattered feathers drifting aimlessly in the air. Below, the sea glimmers like a vast, unyielding mirror, its surface growing closer with each agonizing heartbeat. The exhilaration that had lifted his spirit to unimaginable heights is now replaced by a heavy despair, a sinking weight that pulls not only his body but his very soul downward. For Daedalus, still soaring safely above, the sight of his son's fall is like a knife to the heart. Helpless to intervene, he watches with a mixture of horror and heartache as Icarus tumbles through the sky. Any words of warning or cries of desperation are lost to the vast expanse of air, unable to reach the son who once soared beside him so boldly. His mind races between memories of teaching Icarus to dream and the bitter realization that even those dreams cannot escape the unrelenting pull of gravity. Icarus' thoughts surge with a whirl of emotions, fear, regret, and a fleeting sense of wonder at the world he had dared to touch. His eyes, barely able to open against the rushing wind, catch glimpses of the endless blue sky above and the shimmering blue sea below. He feels fragile, caught between two infinities, the boundless heavens he had aimed for and the unyielding earth that will embrace him. And yet, through the terror, there is a strange beauty in the descent, a quiet moment of reflection as the sun's light softens and the wind carries away the last remnants of his ambition. Closer and closer he falls, the sea now commanding his entire view. Each second stretches into eternity, filled with the poignant realization of choices made and their consequences. Daedalus can only hover above, his form outlined against the vast sky, unable to shield his son from the fate that unfolds below. This moment, suspended in tragedy and awe, marks the collision of human aspiration with the undeniable forces of nature and the limits of mortal existence. And so, the final chapter of Icarus' flight begins as the story hurtles toward its heartbreaking conclusion. With the next phase of the journey in sight, Icarus' fall reaches its quiet conclusion as the endless sky yields to the vast expanse of the shimmering sea. The chaos of the descent softens, replaced by a tranquil stillness as the waters rise to meet him. The once turbulent winds are now a gentle whisper, and the scattered feathers of his wings flutter down like fragile memories, slowly settling upon the surface of the ocean. The sea, cool and serene, opens its arms as if to embrace him, cradling his broken form with a tender finality. It is here, in the quiet depths, that the boy who dreamed of the sun finds his rest. The waves ripple outward as if carrying the echoes of his daring flight into eternity, their rhythm steady and unbroken, a poignant contrast to the fleeting nature of human ambition. The sun, which had once called to him with such irresistible allure, now casts its golden light upon the waters, illuminating the scene as if to honor his boldness and his fall. It is a moment of stillness and reflection, where the line between triumph and tragedy fades, leaving only the profound beauty of a life that reached for greatness. As the sea gently rocks him, his story becomes one with the vast and timeless currents, a whisper in the grand narrative of the universe. Now turning to the sorrowful gaze of Daedalus, we find a father suspended in a moment of unbearable loss. His eyes, once filled with pride and hope, now reflect a deep anguish as they follow the faint ripples marking the spot where Icarus disappeared beneath the waves. The sky that had once seemed vast and full of promise now feels empty, a hollow expanse that echoes with his son's absence. Pain surges through Daedalus, not just as a craftsman watching his greatest creation unravel, but as a father mourning the loss of his child. His heart aches with the weight of guilt, each beat a reminder of the warnings he gave yet could not enforce. He questions himself, replaying every moment, every word, wondering if he could have done more to protect his son from the perilous allure of the sun. The quiet utterance of Icarus' name breaks the stillness, his voice filled with both love and despair, as if summoning his spirit back from the depths. But the sea offers no response, its rhythm steady and indifferent, a reminder of the fragile and fleeting nature of human life. Daedalus' sorrow is a universal one, the deep and enduring grief of a parent faced with the loss of their child. It transcends time and place, touching a chord that resonates with all who have known love and loss. Though his tears fall now, mingling with the endless sea, they carry the unspoken hope that Icarus' story, his daring flight, and his ultimate fall will not be forgotten. Through his pain, Daedalus clings to the hope that his son's brief and radiant moment in the sun will echo across generations, a testament to the beauty and fragility of human ambition and love. With the next phase of the journey in sight, we find Daedalus, overcome with sorrow, gazing out over the vast blue expanse of the sea that had claimed his beloved son. In the depths of his grief, an idea begins to take shape, a way to ensure that Icarus' story would not fade into obscurity, a way to immortalize this moment of daring and loss. He resolves to name these waters the Icarian Sea, a poignant tribute to the boy whose ambition and youthful spirit soared higher than anyone could have imagined. By giving this sea a name, Daedalus transforms his son's fall into something timeless, a story that will ripple through generations like the waves themselves. This act of naming is more than a gesture of remembrance. It is a way of breathing life into Icarus' legacy, anchoring his brief but brilliant journey in the shared memory of humankind. It is through stories, Daedalus reflects, that we preserve what is most precious. Stories have the power to connect us across time and space, to convey lessons, and to honor those we have loved and lost. The Icarian Sea would not merely be a place, it would be a story, a symbol of human aspiration and the delicate balance between ambition and humility. As Daedalus whispers the name aloud, the sound lingers in the air, merging with the gentle rhythm of the waves. In this simple act, the love of a father and the dream of a son are forever enshrined, offering a profound reminder of the beauty and fragility of life, carried forward by the enduring power of storytelling. Moving forward, we join Daedalus as he begins the next chapter of his journey, carrying the weight of his loss yet holding onto the hope that Icarus' story will inspire those who dare to dream. Moving forward, we witness Daedalus embarking on a solitary journey, the weight of his loss etched deeply into his heart. The once celebrated inventor now walks a quiet path, each step marked by a reflection of the past and an uncertain glance toward the future. The vibrant echo of Icarus' laughter lingers in his memory, a bittersweet reminder of both the joy they shared and the pain of his absence. Yet amid the grief, Daedalus begins to find threads of solace. He carries with him not only the sorrow of his son's fall, but also the enduring spirit of his brilliance and audacity. These memories, though tinged with sadness, begin to guide him like a lantern through the darkness of his mourning. In the face of overwhelming loss, Daedalus discovers the quiet resilience of the human spirit, the ability to endure, to adapt, and to move forward while keeping the essence of those we have loved alive within us. His journey takes him across new lands and through unfamiliar seas, and while the pain of his past lingers, he begins to rebuild. The act of creation, once a source of pride and ambition, now becomes a refuge, a way to channel his grief into something meaningful. Each invention, each design, carries a touch of Icarus' memory, as if the boy's daring spirit whispers through every line and curve. It is through this craft, through the careful work of his hands, that Daedalus finds a measure of peace, a way to honor his son not only with a name etched in the waves, but with a tangible legacy of ingenuity and dreams. As the years unfold, Daedalus reconciles with the fragility of life and the inevitability of fate. He comes to see Icarus' brief but brilliant flight not as a tragedy alone, but as a testament to the boundless heights of human ambition and the lessons it imparts. Carrying these reflections with him, Daedalus shares his story with those he meets, not in bitterness but with a quiet reverence. He speaks of a father's love, of a son's daring, and of the delicate dance between dreams and limits. These tales, passed from one listener to the next, begin to weave Icarus' legacy into the collective fabric of human experience, ensuring that the boy's spirit lives on in the dreams of others. In time, Daedalus comes to see his journey not as a departure from Icarus, but as a continuation of the story they started together. While the pain of loss never fully fades, it transforms, softening into a gentle reminder of the love that endures beyond life itself. Through this transformation, Daedalus finds healing, not in forgetting, but in embracing the dual truths of joy and sorrow that define the human condition. His path forward becomes a testament to resilience, a quiet beacon for those who carry the weight of their own losses, showing that even in the shadow of grief, there is a way to rebuild, to create, and to honor the memories of those we hold dear. And so, with Icarus' spirit ever close to his heart, Daedalus continues onward, his journey one of remembrance, restoration, and the enduring hope that comes from dreaming anew. As the sun rises on the next chapter, we explore how the story of Icarus and Daedalus ascended from a singular tale of human ambition to a timeless myth deeply woven into the fabric of culture and imagination. Within Greek mythology, their story is not merely one of personal tragedy or triumph. It serves as a profound allegory that has transcended centuries, inviting contemplation on the nature of aspiration, caution, and the human condition itself. Artists, poets, and philosophers across eras have drawn from this myth, each finding within it echoes of their own struggles, dreams, and reflections. In the world of art, the image of Icarus soaring toward the heavens, his wings outstretched against the fiery glow of the sun, has captured the imagination of countless creators. Painters have immortalized his ascent and fall in vivid strokes that evoke both awe and melancholy, a reminder of the beauty and peril of reaching beyond our grasp. Writers, too, have embraced the narrative, weaving it into works that explore the complexities of ambition, the tension between freedom and restraint, and the cost of daring to defy limits. The story has become a canvas upon which humanity reflects its own pursuits and the consequences that follow. Philosophers have engaged deeply with the themes of the myth, viewing it as a lens through which to examine human nature. Icarus' flight has often been interpreted as a cautionary tale, a meditation on the dangers of hubris and the importance of understanding boundaries. Yet, it is equally celebrated as a tribute to the fearless spirit of innovation and the ceaseless quest for something greater. This duality ensures its resonance, as it offers both a warning and an inspiration, mirroring the complexities of life itself. Even today, the story continues to inspire, finding its place in modern interpretations across literature, music, and popular culture. It speaks not only of an ancient world, but of the enduring truths that connect us across time. The universal desire to rise, to achieve, and to find meaning in the delicate balance between dreams and reality. Through each retelling, the tale of Icarus and Daedalus reminds us of the power of stories to carry lessons, preserve memories, and ignite the imagination of generations. As we reflect on their journey, it becomes clear that their story is not confined to the annals of mythology, but lives on in the aspirations and cautionary tales of humanity itself. It endures as a beacon, shedding light on the heights we seek to scale and the thoughtful wisdom required to navigate our paths. With these reflections in mind, the legacy of Icarus and Daedalus becomes a testament not only to their own lives, but to the timeless endeavor to understand and embrace the complexities of the human spirit. Now turning to the lessons of ambition, the story of Icarus offers a profound exploration of human desires and their inevitable consequences. At its heart, it illustrates the delicate line between aspiration and recklessness, a line that is often blurred in the pursuit of greatness. Icarus' flight is a vivid symbol of ambition unbound, a testament to the allure of rising above limitations and reaching for something extraordinary. Yet his fall serves as a sobering reminder of the risks that can accompany such pursuits when caution is cast aside. His story invites us to consider the duality of ambition. It is both a driving force for progress and a potential path to downfall when not tempered with wisdom. From Icarus, we learn that ambition, while essential for growth and discovery, must be accompanied by a sense of awareness and balance. The act of soaring toward the sun captures the essence of human creativity and determination, a celebration of our capacity to dream and innovate. However, it also underscores the importance of understanding limits, not as constraints, but as guideposts for navigating the complexities of life. This balance between reaching for the sky and respecting the elements that sustain us speaks to a universal truth, one that resonates across individual journeys and collective endeavors alike. The lessons of Icarus are not confined to mythology. They echo throughout human history and personal experience. Countless individuals, driven by ambition, have achieved remarkable feats by daring to defy convention and reach beyond what seemed possible. Yet, history also bears witness to the consequences of unchecked ambition, where overreach has led to unforeseen challenges or even collapse. Icarus' tale reminds us that ambition, when wielded with intention and foresight, becomes a tool for transformation and progress. When pursued without regard for consequence, it risks becoming a source of hubris and downfall. In our own lives, the story encourages us to reflect on how we approach our goals and aspirations. It challenges us to ask, are we mindful of the balance between dreaming boldly and acting wisely? Do we consider the impact of our pursuits, not only on ourselves but on those around us? The delicate dance between ambition and caution is one we all face, and in Icarus' journey, we find a mirror for our own struggles, triumphs, and missteps. This timeless myth leaves us with a powerful message. To aspire is to be human, but to aspire wisely is to embrace the fullness of our potential without losing sight of the ground that supports us. With the next phase of the journey in sight, we delve deeper into the symbolic meaning of flight in Icarus' story, exploring how it embodies the pursuit of freedom, creativity, and the human spirit, while also revealing the profound lessons that come with reaching beyond our grasp. With the next phase of the journey in sight, the symbolism of flight in the story of Icarus unfolds as an intricate tapestry woven with themes of freedom, creativity, and the boundless human spirit. To take flight is to defy the constraints of the earth, to rise above the ordinary and glimpse the extraordinary. In this act, we see the essence of innovation, the courage to leave the familiar behind and to venture into uncharted realms. The wings crafted by Daedalus were not merely tools of escape, they were a triumph of imagination, a testament to the ingenuity that defines our humanity. Yet within the same wings lies the cautionary thread that binds the tale together, the dangers of overreach and the fragile balance between aspiration and restraint. Flight in its purest form evokes the yearning for freedom. It mirrors the human desire to transcend boundaries, whether physical, emotional, or intellectual. For Icarus, the sky was not just a destination, but a symbol of unrestrained possibility, a space where the weight of captivity and the fears of the past could no longer tether him. His ascent speaks to that universal longing within all of us to break free from the constraints that hold us back, whether they be imposed by circumstance or self-doubt. Yet, with freedom comes responsibility, a truth illustrated poignantly in his journey. The same wings that elevated him also demanded an understanding of their limits, a respect for the elements that governed his flight. The story also celebrates human creativity, embodied through the meticulous and inspired work of Daedalus. The wings are a reflection of his brilliance, a reminder of what can be achieved when curiosity and determination converge. They stand as a symbol of the transformative power of innovation, reminding us of our capacity to shape the world in ways once thought impossible. However, Icarus' fate warns of the potential consequences when this power is wielded without foresight. It is not the act of creation itself that leads to his fall, but the failure to heed the principles that ensure sustainability and harmony. As we marvel at the beauty of ambition, we are reminded to approach it with humility and an awareness of the forces we seek to overcome. Perhaps most profoundly, flight symbolizes the human spirit, a spirit that is inherently drawn to the sky, to the promise of what lies beyond our reach. It is this same spirit that drives explorers to cross uncharted seas, artists to redefine beauty, and dreamers to envision futures that defy the present. In Icarus' story, we see this spirit burning brightly, capturing the daring and audacity that propels humanity forward. Yet we also see its vulnerability, the fine line it treads between boundless potential and perilous overconfidence. This duality invites us to reflect on our own journeys, to consider the ways in which we harness our inner drive while remaining grounded in the wisdom that keeps us safe. The symbolic meaning of flight in Icarus' tale is not confined to his rise and fall. It extends into the broader narrative of what it means to be human. It challenges us to embrace the thrill of reaching beyond while remembering the value of prudence and balance. As we contemplate his winged ascent, we are encouraged to see our own aspirations reflected in his journey, to celebrate the act of striving, but with a mindful respect for the limits that guide us. From the heights of his triumph to the depths of his fall, Icarus leaves us with a profound lesson that the pursuit of freedom and creativity is not diminished by recognizing boundaries, but rather enriched by the understanding they bring. And so, as we turn to examine the lasting resonance of this myth in modern culture, we find that its themes continue to inspire and caution, offering wisdom for every generation that dares to take flight. Now turning to the enduring legacy of Icarus, we find his story echoed across the vast landscape of modern culture, a testament to its timeless relevance. From the vivid strokes of painters' brushes to the resonant melodies of musicians, and even the narratives woven into films, books, and popular media, the myth of Icarus continues to inspire, captivate, and instruct. His ascent and fall have become a universal metaphor for ambition, creativity, and the perils of overreach, resonating deeply with audiences across generations. In the realm of art, his image is immortalized in countless interpretations. Paintings and sculptures depict the moment of his flight with wings outstretched, or his tragic descent, capturing the tension between triumph and tragedy. These works often reflect the duality of human ambition, portraying Icarus as both a figure of extraordinary courage and a cautionary symbol. Artists like Henry Matisse and Marc Chagall have reimagined his narrative, blending it with modern themes of hope, freedom, and vulnerability in their creations. In music, the myth of Icarus has found a lyrical home, serving as both subject and symbol. From classical compositions to contemporary songs, musicians have drawn on the story to explore themes of aspiration and consequence. Tracks like Flight of Icarus by Iron Maiden use his tale as a powerful metaphor for youthful rebellion and defiance, while other artists have turned to his narrative as a poignant reflection on the balance between daring and discipline. His story, often sung with a mix of admiration and lament, captures the universal struggle of reaching for greatness while grappling with the risks that accompany it. Popular media has also embraced Icarus, weaving his myth into films, television, and literature. His story frequently appears as an allegory for characters who rise to extraordinary heights, only to face dramatic downfalls. In stories of superheroes, inventors, and adventurers, echoes of Icarus' journey remind viewers of the cost of unchecked ambition. Modern films and books often reframe his fall as a lesson in human limitation and resilience, inviting audiences to see pieces of themselves in his defiance and vulnerability. Even in video games, his narrative is explored as a symbol of striving against the odds, presenting choices that mirror the interplay of freedom and responsibility. Beyond artistic expressions, the story of Icarus has permeated everyday language and thought. Phrases like an Icarus moment or flying too close to the sun are used to describe moments of bold risk-taking and the consequences that may follow. These expressions have become part of the cultural lexicon, serving as reminders of the delicate balance between reaching for greatness and overestimating our limits. In classrooms, boardrooms, and personal reflections, Icarus' tale continues to spark conversations about ambition, humility, and the human drive to transcend boundaries. The enduring appeal of Icarus lies not only in the drama of his rise and fall, but also in the timeless questions his story provokes. How do we balance ambition with caution? How do we push the boundaries of what is possible while staying mindful of the potential costs? These questions remain as relevant today as they were in ancient times, making Icarus a symbol not just of mythic proportions, but of deeply human experiences. As his legend continues to unfold in the expressions of modern culture, it invites us to reflect on our own aspirations and the intricate dance between daring and wisdom. Moving forward, let us delve into the story's deeper lessons about ambition and its consequences, exploring how they resonate in the context of our own lives and choices. As the next phase of the journey unfolds, Icarus' story beckons us to look inward, revealing itself as not merely a tale of external events, but a profound reflection of the inner struggles we all face. His flight can be seen as a metaphor for self-discovery, a symbolic ascent into the uncharted depths of our own potential. Each beat of his wings represents a step into the unknown, an act of courage in embracing the dreams that define us. In this light, his journey becomes a deeply personal exploration, mirroring our internal battles with ambition, doubt, and the desire to transcend our current selves. At its core, Icarus' ascent speaks to the human yearning to rise above limitations, to test the boundaries of what we are capable of achieving. It reflects the exhilarating thrill of growth and the inner drive to reach for something greater, even when the risks are high. His daring flight reminds us of the moments when we, too, have felt the pull of our aspirations, when the horizon stretched wide before us, beckoning us to move beyond the familiar. Yet, it also echoes the cautionary voice within, the inner wisdom that warns us of the need for balance and self-awareness. As we consider his fateful climb toward the sun, we are reminded of the importance of understanding our own limits. This is not to diminish ambition, but to encourage a mindful pursuit of our dreams, one that respects the delicate balance between daring and restraint. The wax in Icarus' wings is a poignant symbol of the vulnerabilities we carry, the fragile elements of our being that require care and attention. It invites us to reflect on the choices we make as we strive for growth. Do we soar wisely, mindful of our constraints, or do we lose ourselves in the allure of boundless ambition? Icarus' journey also prompts us to examine the interplay between freedom and discipline in our own lives. To fly in his story is both an act of liberation and one of tremendous responsibility. It reminds us that the pursuit of our dreams often demands not only courage, but also an understanding of the consequences that follow. His tale becomes a mirror to our own inner dialogue, reflecting the tensions between taking bold leaps and honoring the realities that ground us. On a deeper level, the story of Icarus resonates as an exploration of self-discovery. His flight is emblematic of the internal journey we all undertake in the pursuit of purpose and meaning. It reflects the process of facing our fears, challenging our limitations, and striving to become the fullest expression of ourselves. The moment he takes to the skies is one of pure liberation, a metaphorical rising above the confines of doubt and hesitance. Yet his fall is equally significant, reminding us that the path of self-discovery is not without its stumbles and setbacks. It teaches us that growth often comes through trial, and that even in moments of failure, there is wisdom to be gained. As we delve into the story of Icarus through an introspective lens, it becomes evident that his journey is not just a myth, but a profound statement on the complexity of human existence. It speaks to the universal experience of navigating the delicate balance between aspiration and humility, freedom and responsibility. His tale encourages us to embrace the inner journey with both courage and mindfulness, urging us to reach for the sun while remaining attuned to the intricate truths that define who we are. Moving forward, let us explore the timeless role of storytelling itself as a means of offering solace, wisdom, and connection, illustrating why Icarus' tale continues to hold such a deep comfort for those who seek meaning in its enduring legacy. As the sun rises on the next chapter, we turn our attention to the enduring comfort found in stories like that of Icarus. Storytelling has long been a cornerstone of human connection, a means of sharing wisdom and offering solace through the power of narrative. Myths like Icarus' tale hold a timeless appeal, not merely as entertainment, but as vessels of deeper truths, helping us navigate the complexities of life. These stories speak to experiences that transcend time, offering insights into the struggles, aspirations, and emotions that define our shared humanity. They remind us that we are not alone in our journey, that others before us have wrestled with questions of ambition, failure, and the pursuit of meaning. In the tale of Icarus, we find a reflection of our own trials and triumphs. His daring ascent and tragic fall resonate because they echo the universal tension between reaching for greatness and accepting the limits of our fragility. Through his story, we are given a lens to examine our own lives, to see our dreams and challenges mirrored in the arc of his journey. This is the essence of storytelling's power. It transforms individual experiences into collective understanding, weaving threads of empathy and connection across generations. Moreover, myths like this one offer a sense of continuity, a reminder that the human experience is part of a larger narrative. They reassure us that our struggles are part of a shared history, that our questions about purpose and potential are not unique but deeply rooted in the human condition. In this way, storytelling provides a form of solace, a gentle reminder that we are part of something greater, bound together by the timeless pursuit of wisdom and understanding. The story of Icarus also illustrates how myths can hold layered meanings, speaking to different aspects of life depending on where we are in our journey. For some, it may serve as a reminder to temper ambition with caution. For others, it might inspire the courage to rise above fear and embrace the possibilities that lie beyond the familiar. These varying interpretations enrich the narrative, offering wisdom tailored to the unique paths we each walk. Through the lens of storytelling, we see that myths like Icarus are not relics of the past but living, breathing guides that continue to illuminate our way. They help us make sense of the intangible forces that shape our lives, our dreams, our fears, our relationships, and our aspirations. By engaging with these stories, we find not only an understanding of others, but also a deeper connection to ourselves, a way to articulate the truths that words alone cannot always capture. As we reflect on the story of Icarus, it becomes clear that its enduring legacy lies in its ability to comfort and inspire. It reminds us that even in our moments of doubt or failure, there is wisdom to be gained and beauty to be found in the journey itself. Now, let us carry these reflections forward as we explore how Icarus' tale continues to inspire and resonate in modern culture, bridging the ancient and the present in ways that speak to the timeless nature of human aspiration. As the next phase of the journey unfolds, let us gently revisit the tale of Icarus and reflect on its poignant beauty. Picture the moment of his flight, a young soul reaching toward the heavens, his heart alight with wonder and possibility. It is a story that captures the delicate balance between the boundless spirit of human ambition and the tender fragility that defines us. In the quiet of this moment, as the night wraps around you, think of Icarus not just as a cautionary figure, but as a symbol of dreams unrestrained, of the courage it takes to soar beyond the familiar. His journey, though fleeting, reminds us of the magic found in daring to embrace the unknown, even with uncertainty at our side. Consider the wings made by his father, Daedalus, crafted with love and ingenuity. They were more than a means of escape. They were a testament to hope, to the belief that freedom was possible even in the face of confinement. As the wax and feathers came together, so too did the dreams of a father for his son's chance to touch the sky. Though the sky held its own peril, for a moment they succeeded a father's vision, a son's exhilaration, the infinite expanse of possibility laid before them. In their flight, we find the enduring human desire to transcend, to discover, to reach for what lies beyond. Let this story be a soft lullaby for your thoughts, a gentle reminder of the beauty in striving, even when the outcome is uncertain. The image of Icarus ascending toward the sun, his heart full of joy, carries a timeless message that our dreams, no matter how fragile, are worth pursuing. Though his wings faltered, his spirit did not. His story continues to inspire, a beacon of courage illuminated by the glow of the setting sun. In reflecting on his journey, we find comfort in recognizing the shared threads that connect us to his tale, the desire to dream, to rise, to find meaning in our struggles. As you breathe deeply, imagine the sea that welcomed Icarus as he descended. Its endless waves cradled him, a soothing embrace that turned his fall into peace. The vastness of the water reminds us of life's duality, its vast opportunities and its serene moments of release. Let this image guide you now, calming your thoughts like the gentle rhythm of the waves. In the stillness of the night, allow his story to remind you that life's uncertainties are part of its beauty, that in every fall there is wisdom, and in every dream a spark of truth. The tale of Icarus, woven from both triumph and tragedy, is a lullaby of reflection that speaks to the depths of the human spirit. It is a story that calms, yet inspires, that humbles, but also uplifts. As the night deepens, let his journey settle within you, carrying the message that even in our imperfections, there is beauty. With each breath, let the essence of his story bring you closer to rest, a reminder that the solace of dreams and the comfort of stories are always within reach, ready to guide you into the serenity of sleep. As the next chapter of this timeless tale gently concludes, let us reflect on the enduring lessons woven into the story of Icarus. It is a tale that whispers of ambition and caution, of the delicate balance between reaching for the stars and staying grounded in wisdom. In his ascent, we see the beauty of dreams unbound, a reminder to chase what stirs our hearts, to honor the spark of desire that propels us toward the unknown. Yet in his fall, we find a quiet lesson, the need for balance, for understanding our limits without dimming the light of our aspirations. We are all, in some way, like Icarus. We carry within us a yearning to rise, to explore, to embrace the extraordinary. And though we may stumble, though life may not always unfold as we imagine, it is in striving that we find meaning. Each dream we pursue, each challenge we face, becomes a part of our story, shaping who we are and illuminating what we hold dear. Icarus reminds us that it is not the fall that defines us, but the courage to soar. So as you lie here now, breathing softly, let this story be a gentle guide. May it encourage you to dream boldly while cherishing the wisdom that keeps you steady. Let it inspire you to honor both the heights and the depths of your journey, finding beauty in every moment. With this reflection, allow your thoughts to settle into a peaceful rhythm, the echoes of Icarus' tale lulling you closer to rest. And now, with the night embracing you, drift peacefully into the realm where dreams take flight, where stories like Icarus weave through the quiet of your thoughts, bringing solace and wonder. Thank you for joining this journey tonight. May your sleep be serene, your dreams vivid, and your heart light as you awaken to a new day. Now, turning to the conclusion of this timeless tale, let us softly revisit the journey of Icarus, a story etched in the fabric of human longing and resilience. From the quiet brilliance of Daedalus crafting wings of freedom to the soaring wonder of father and son embracing the skies, every moment speaks to the boundless nature of dreams. In Icarus' joy, we find the unyielding spirit of youth, a testament to the beauty of daring to reach beyond, and in his fall, there lies a tender reminder of life's fragility and the wisdom in understanding balance. It is a story of ambition tempered by love, of loss that deepens our strength, and of the unending dance between yearning and restraint, a reflection of the human journey itself. As you carry this tale with you into the quiet of the night, let it serve as a gentle reminder to dream with courage yet tread with care. May it bring solace to your soul and spark a sense of wonder that lingers beyond the dawn. Thank you for being part of this mythical journey tonight, for exploring the heights and depths of an ancient story that still speaks to the heart. We invite you to return for more tales that soothe the mind and inspire the spirit. Until then, rest well, dream deeply, and awaken renewed, ready to embrace the light of a new day.